Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all for the wonderful morning for the FDP program. Before starting the program, let us raise for the Tamil Thai Varthu. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our resource person for today's FDP. There are individuals who do not merely inhabit their fields, they redefine them. Dr. K.S. Soumya Rani is precisely such a luminary. Her odyssey commenced with an unwavering pursuit of academic excellence, earning gold medals in both her undergraduate and postgraduate studies in biotechnology, a prelude to doctorate in biotechnology from Bharatiyar University. Her intellectual eminence transcended borders with the prestigious DAT Sandwich Scholarship carried her to the University of Osnabrück, Germany, where her scholarly acumen found an international arena. Yet Dr. Soumya's brilliance refused containment within the walls of academia. She channeled her erudition into the world of scientific publishing, meticulously sculpting over 1,500 scholarly manuscripts, dissertations, and grant proposals. As an editorial virtuoso at Editage Cactus Communications, shaping the very voice of science itself. As a captivating orator for 6 years, she has stood before the brightest minds at IIT Madras, NIT Delhi, VIT Vellore, and NIT Warangal, igniting in them a profound reverence for the art of scientific communication. And as though that legacy were not extraordinary enough, she dons yet another mantle that of a visionary entrepreneur. Through Saumi's AWW, incubated at IIM Bangalore's NSR CEL and co-incubated with Kerala's Startup Mission, she is architecting a transformative movement to elevate the research stature of academic institutions across India. Dr. Soumya Rani is not merely an orator, she is a phenomenon, and today that phenomenon is yours to witness. Please give a very warm welcome to our distinguished speaker, Dr. Soumya Rani. Now I welcome Dr. Soumya Rani to start the session. Thank you.
Water bottles. This one.
I'll just wait on that.
Okay.
That is our own files.
Okay,
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here at Saveetha, my first time in person, and loving your campus already. There are some introductions that motivate you and some introductions that scare you. So the introduction that just happened really did scare me, and it puts a lot of pressure on my shoulders. I hope I can do justice to the expectations that have been set. So on that note, let's go ahead and start. So this has been my favorite question across boards, across institutions for the past 3+ years now. So how many of you here recognize the face that you see on the screen? You should, obviously. So who is he? He's? Okay, he's Alan Turing. But then he's also Doctor Strange. If you're a fan of the Marvel series, he's also Sherlock Holmes, one of the best adapted versions of the novel. And in real life, he happens to be Benedict Cumberbatch, one of the most handsome actors ever to walk the surface of the earth, or that's what I think. So this guy does this amazing project called The Imitation Game. That is where he plays the role of Alan Turing. So this is a movie that is set during the World War times, World War II to be precise. This is a time when the Nazis, they had an upper hand in the war for a lot many reasons. One of the key reasons was that they had this great encryption machine called Enigma. So today, when you and I add a new contact to our WhatsApp, what is the first message that pops up? It says all messages that you send to the person now are encrypted end to end. Today, encryption has become such a low cost technology that the so-called common man can have access to it. But back in those days, encryption was a privilege. It was costly. It was reserved for military communications, and Germans had the best ever technology in the form of Enigma. That is where this amazing British mathematician, English nerd, computer genius comes into play. So he's none other than Alan Turing. He and his team go on to break the code of Enigma, and that is what the movie is all about. Today, we are here to talk about this brand new technology called AI, or at least the brand new version called generative AI. So why exactly are we talking about world wars? So world wars happened at least 6 decades ago. Why are we talking about old stories, old heroes and war heroes instead of talking about this brand new, absolutely amazing technology called Gen AI? I'm starting here just to drive home the fact that Alan Turing was not just a mathematical genius, he is also considered as one of the founding fathers of artificial intelligence, which means that AI is not new. AI, the technology and the terminology has been around for at least 6 decades. Just this new version of AI called generative AI, that is what is new. Suddenly, this very upper echelon technology called AI became accessible to the common man thanks to OpenAI and ChatGPT. And ever since November 2022, we have not stopped talking about AI. Be it a professional gathering, be it a social gathering, there is always a conversation that revolves around AI, be it for the good, be it for the bad. And when ChatGPT was introduced for the first time, imagine ChatGPT was built for accuracy. You hear about ChatGPT from a friend, you go and ask a few questions. And for every second or third question, ChatGPT says, sorry, I do not know the answer to your question. If that were the case, do you think ChatGPT would be as popular as it is today? I highly doubt that. We were all so enamored by ChatGPT, especially because it had answers to every single question. What is the problem with having answers to every single question? It means that you are more often wrong than you are right. That is what happens. You walk into a room, you meet this super boisterous person in the gathering. They seem to have answers for everything. They participate in all conversations. They are a know-it-all. And you are kind of dumbstruck in the first 10 minutes. But half an hour into the conversation, 1 hour into the conversation, what do you realize? You realize, yes, they are loud, they are kind of bossy, but they're not always right. That is exactly what we discovered with ChatGPT 3 years or so ago. And today, has it changed with the advancement in the new models? Because ChatGPT was just the beginning, and then we kind of evolved into having these reasoning models like DeepSeek, which made such a huge impact on the stock market, on the world as a whole, because this tool came out of mainland China. Until then, when you say when you say AI, it was all about the US. It was all about Silicon Valley. Suddenly, mainland China is into the fray, and then there is a tool which kind of is transparent. Because the first ever complaint that we had with ChatGPT was it's a black box. None of us know how ChatGPT operates. Where does it get its information from? But here DeepSeek was trying to be transparent. It told you, okay, for your question, I'm going to go and check into 10,000 plus documents. I'm screening them out. I pick 200 documents. Then I have compiled information from 40 documents and so on. And we were kind of convinced that just because it is transparent, just because it is giving us numbers, maybe it is accurate. Unfortunately, that's never the case. The hallucinations that happened with ChatGPT were happening with DeepSeek, were happening with the advanced versions of GPT as well. This applies equally to the almost latest version called GPT-5, which ushered in an era of agentic AI. So agentic AI, what are agentic AI? Why are we so hooked upon them this year? So that is the buzzword for 2025, later parts of 2025 and 2026, because unlike the earlier tools where if you had a complex process, you have to break them down into multiple steps and then feed these prompts for every step. But with agentic AI, you no longer had to do it. Even a huge complex process, a 10-step process, a 100-step process, an agentic AI can act on its own to break it down and complete the process. And agentic AI is the closest we have yet come to what is called autonomous AI, as in AI that can build itself, that can kind of reproduce or build its own models and then do all the housekeeping, do all the management without human intervention. Agentic AI is kind of the first solid step towards that end of autonomous AI, and that is why we are all hooked to agentic AI. But when something becomes efficient, what happens? The price goes up. So most agentic AI models are not really affordable in a research scenario, but then in a common use scenario as well. And even with agentic AI, with models claiming that they have reduced hallucinations by 30-40%, none of the models can tell us that we have eliminated hallucinations 100%. Hallucinations are a part of the model simply because these tools, though they are called large language models, they do not understand language. They are just good probability systems which know that when I say 1, 2, 3, the next is 4, 5, 6. When I say A, B, C, the next is D, E, F, in the very simplest of terms. This, and on a much more complex level, on much more iterations, is how these AI models work, irrespective of if we are talking about the earliest version of ChatGPT or if we are talking about the latest agentic AI that have come out in the last few days, months, and so on. So this fundamental flaw is going to exist simply because language is complex. Understanding language requires much more than probability. So no matter how much we develop the AI models, this would still call for human intervention. This would still call for the embodied knowledge that humans possess, which is kind of a unique thing that we have learned, evolved over the time. Now, to kind of wake you up, I'm going to give you 1 minute and a small activity. You're going to draw out your notebooks, your pens, and draw everything that you see on the screen, and you have exactly 1 minute to do that. Let's go ahead. You don't have your notebooks with you? Almost half time, 30 more seconds. If you're done, you can raise your hands. பெண்ணே இப்போ தான் கேட்டுட்டு இருக்காங்க. Okay, last 20 seconds. அவ்வளோ காம்ப்ளெக்ஸாக இல்லையே. சரி, last 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop. Now, show your picture to your neighbor. அவ்வளோ ஷையெல்லாம் ஃபீல் பண்ண வேணாம், அவங்களும் உங்கள் அளவுக்கு தான் வரைஞ்சிருப்பாங்க. யூ கேன் ட்ரை ஷோயிங் இட் டு ஈச் அதர், or if you're so shy, then you can at least show it to me. Whoever has completed this, can you just show the picture to us, to the room? No? Too shy to do that? Really? Cherry, did you draw or did you intend to draw something that looks like this? If I ask you to draw a house, is this how your drawn house would look like? How many of you would have picked this as the house to draw? Can you raise your hands? Okay, great. Now the important question, அந்த பக்கம்லாம் வரைஞ்சிருக்க மாட்டீங்களா? Really? I don't believe you girls. Okay. So, do you live in a house that looks like this? I'm talking about this, just a moment. Am I supposed to connect to this? Okay. Okay. So, despite not living in a house that looks like this, we all still keep drawing the same house. It is not just in a room of doctors. I've done this exercise with a room of architects, interior designers, and they still drew the same house as the house because there was a time limit. They couldn't bring in all their designing skills. Why is that? Why is that despite knowing reality is different, why do we still draw something that our kindergarten teacher taught us at least 2-3 decades ago? This is something to do with learned bias. Once you learn from a certain set of templates, even when you have real world experiences, you don't want to evolve, you don't want to change what you learned. Now imagine I bring in a small toddler, a young child into this room and ask you all to teach the child to draw a house. Before we had this conversation, I'm pretty sure all of you would have sat together and taught the child the same house that you see on the screen. Now that child will keep propagating the same idea over generations. And this child I'm talking about is not a human child. Let's say it happens to be most of the Gen AI models that we are talking. These models, they don't have real world data. They depend on human generated data, and human generated data is always flawed. It is always biased, which means since we cannot remove the bias from the test data or the base data on which these Gen AI models operate, the output is going to be biased no matter how hard we try. This is a set of images, a good case in point, I would say. These images were generated by a model called Midjourney. I'm sure most of you must have heard about it. 3 years ago, this was a pretty niche model. It was free back then, it is not so right now. When we all looked at these images for the first time, this looked wow. It meant that I can just write a very simple prompt, 2 sentences about an image I have in my head, and this tool is going to generate an entire composite image, which means I no longer had to master Photoshop, which was a huge relief. But once we were done being awed and wowed by these set of images, we took a pause, we took a breath and looked at the images once again, which you should all do today. And let's assume we're all sitting somewhere in the US. Even then, do you think all prisoners look like that? To rephrase my question, are most prisoners in the US black? Let's say you're walking down the streets of New York, you slip, you fall, you scrape your knee, you walk into a hospital. How many of you would be treated by a nurse who looks like this? The more important question, why should a nurse look a certain way and why should a cleaner look something completely different? The user did not ask for a nurse of a specific ethnicity or a specific kind of looks or a cleaner of a specific kind of features, but the tool has learned this from the test data, from all the human generated advertisements, flyers, website images, and all sorts of images that we have created, and it has created a stereotypic nurse, a stereotypic role or stereotypic looks for most of the images here. Now you can ask me, in research, anyways, publishers don't allow AI generated images in our papers. How is this conversation even relevant to scientific writing and publishing? It is very much relevant because bias does not just exist in images, it also exists in so many different layers, right from what information is accessible. For example, let me say I'm asking you to go write a review article on a particular topic in the next 2 to 3 days, for instance. Bring me a draft of a certain topic, intermittent fasting and type 2 diabetes, in the next 2 days or so, or 2 to 3 days or so. You go into Google Scholar, you start searching. What kind of papers would you read more? Would you read the open access papers or would you read the subscription papers? Majorly open access papers. Why? Because it's accessible. It makes sense. Why not subscription papers? Access is restricted and also it costs money to access those papers. If it costs you money to access those papers, it also costs the same amount of money for several of the AI tools, even the tools that we'll be discussing in the later part of the session, to access them, which means most of the tools, even today, even 3 years down the line, most of them still rely on open access data. Okay, so open access data is also research data. It is also solid data. What is wrong? Let's have information from open access data. That would work in an ideal world. Unfortunately, open access publications are highly compromised publications thanks to publishers like MDPI, which have made this into a whole revenue generation system where the focus is on more papers, more APC, but not on the rigor of research, which means open access literature, the quality of research output is highly compromised. And when these tools derive most of their information from open access papers, it means the information that comes out of these AI tools is also compromised. This is where human intervention becomes important. Yes, that's a great starting point to understand how the field works, what are the results you have, but that cannot be the final say. You cannot trust the output, the generalized information or the overarching summary that comes from an AI tool, because that summary is going to be heavily dependent on open access papers. Today, AI is everywhere. Any field you talk about dental health, you talk about general medicine, you talk about diagnosis, AI is there. But the problem is the technology developed way too fast for us to catch up. It is said that when television was invented for the first time, it took at least 5 to 6 decades for the television to reach 80-90% of the urban household in the US. But with technology called Gen AI, this happened in 3 months, which means we could not really pause and ask the questions about the legality, the ethical considerations, and there definitely are environmental implications to usage of Gen AI. These conversations are lagging, and that again is highly problematic when we have to use or adopt AI as a large institution or as a large ecosystem. So as an individual user or as an institution, if we have to invest in an AI tool, if we decide that, okay, these set of AI tools are good starting points, these AI tools should rest on at least 5 pillars, I believe. The first is transparency. Transparency on who owns the tool, where is the tool coming from, who's the team behind the tool, more importantly, where is the money coming from. If you cannot decipher the money trail, there's usually some problem, as in the case of ChatGPT. Most of the information that came out of ChatGPT was not built on legal documents. So many of the illegal sources or so many of the banned sources were used for building ChatGPT, which makes ChatGPT problematic. Also, everything that comes out of ChatGPT problematic. Maybe today the law enforcements are not really catching up to this, but eventually I hope they catch up to it. So is the tool legal? Is the company legal? Whatever is being done, is it legal? And then is there reasonable accuracy in the output that comes out of this tool? I will not expect 100% accuracy. I accept that AI cannot be 100% accurate. There are going to be flaws, there are going to be inaccuracies, but at least is it reasonable enough? And then comes data protection, especially when we talk about, say, research writing and publishing. I am going to throw in the data that I generated after 1 year, 2 years of my hard work, after a lot of data collection and analysis, and will this data be protected? Will there be a data breach? And there is also the privacy of the patients, privacy of everything you do. So the data protection aspect of the tool will also be important. And then comes trustworthiness. Trustworthiness will not just come when I see that the team behind the tool is transparent, but it will only come in when I see that the tool is not a black box in itself. I throw in a question, I get an answer. That's all fine, that's beautiful. But the basic understanding of how the tool works has to be transparent to me for me to be able to appreciate this tool. Even today, even after 3.5 years, AI is not the magic wand. It never was, it never will be, but it will still remain the mirror which will reflect the quality that you throw into these tools. And how do we quality control generative AI tools? By controlling what we give into the tools, how we interact with the tools. So even after the advent of Agentic AI, or even more so after the advent of these advanced models, prompt engineering still plays a huge role, and being sure, or rather being coherent with what you want these tools to do becomes important. And if you have to start at a point, you can still start at the basics, so you don't have to have these complex, very huge lists of prompts to start with. Instead, you can start with the basic RTF prompt, where R stands for the role, T stands for the task, and F stands for the framework. So how does this work? Say for instance, I go into a tool like ChatGPT. ChatGPT, I'm just using it because it's easier to use. Whenever I say ChatGPT, I mean the whole plethora of tools. It could be your Gemini, it could be DeepSeek, it could be any of the other Gen AI tools. For all classes of tools, let's say I just walk into these one of these tools, and then I simply ask, what is photosynthesis? What do you think would happen? The tool will give me the definition of photosynthesis. It will give me the classic equation of photosynthesis and all this light reaction, dark reaction, and stuff. But now let's imagine that I'm a grade 6 biology teacher trying to teach photosynthesis to grade 6 kids. Now, this information that came out of this Gen AI, though it is accurate, though it's perfectly fine, is completely useless to me for my classroom teaching, simply because my audience, these small grade 6 kids, do not understand CO2, do not understand H2O, and definitely will not understand what C6H12O6 means. And light reactions, dark reactions, all these jargon mean nothing to them, which means I lose them in the first 2 minutes if I take whatever ChatGPT threw at me. Why is that such an advanced model that had gone through so much of evolution? Why is it that this tool cannot give me a simple classroom content for grade 6 biology? The problem is not the tool, the problem is the user, which happens to be me. Because I did not set the role, I did not define the task accurately. Had I defined the role, saying that, okay, behave like a grade 6 biology teacher, or I am a grade 6 biology teacher trying to create classroom content on photosynthesis, and then go about asking the tool to present the information in a specific way, ask for options to gamify my classroom where these students can interact with the subject and understand better, homework suggestions where I can just ask the students to do something creative enough to understand the process, maybe now the content would be much more usable to me as a teacher. The same thing applies when you want to use these Gen AI tools as a researcher as well. So if you ask the same question on photosynthesis, when you ask for a literature review, when you ask for the draft of a keynote address, the tone changes, the content changes, and the level of complexity of information also changes. So you can still use these very common generic tools to start working as the starting point if you can prompt engineer your way into the tools. So prompt engineering still remains as this set of flags that help these tools to go from point A to point B and not get lost somewhere along the road. So before we go in to discuss a handful of AI tools that can help us from literature review to mock peer review, imaging and statistical analysis, and everything in between, it is important to acknowledge and understand that this entire ecosystem of AI is pretty complex. It has so many layers to it, and it's evolving every day. We do not always understand all parts of this evolution, which means the excitement that we have for AI is great. We should be excited. It's a great technology. It's a new technology. But this excitement should also be kind of managed with healthy doses of criticism, cynicism, whatever you want to call it. A bit of caution is also required to use these AI tools effectively. So to add to the beautiful introduction, I am Dr. Soumya, and what do I do? What kind of qualifies me to stand here is I worked with Editage as a scientific editor. This led me into sessions on scientific writing and publishing. And when AI happened, I was curious to see what this technology is doing and how it is going to replace me, because Editage was one of the earliest adopters to include AI into their editing processes. And this personal curiosity then turned into structured sessions, and here we are. So the startup that I have is essentially a team of editors who work with researchers such as yourself to augment the online offline sessions we have through editing manuscripts, grant proposals, and so on. We don't ghostwrite articles. It's not like you can throw in a title and you get a fully formed 5,000 word article. That's not how we work. We co-write with the authors, which means there's a lot of back and forth between our writers, editors, and the authors to ensure that the best is presented in the form of a manuscript or grant proposal to the journal, to the granting agency, and so on. We don't have any tie-ups with journals, so no assurances of publication. We still have to go through the same process, just that we'll be alongside you, crying when those rejection letters happen and celebrating when the final acceptance comes through in the fourth journal, fifth journal. It's the same process, just that it's much more efficient. We cut down on a few additional rejections. That's all we do. So most of what I talk about in the next part of the session comes from my own learning, but then also through interactions with participants such as yourself on these sessions on AI, not just for research, but also for teaching, but then also from the requirements that we have gathered from our editing clients over the years as well. So the next part is going to take a structure where we'll pick out different stages of the scientific writing and publishing process, and then we'll see what kind of AI tools can help through the process, what they can do and what is it that they cannot do, and what is the word of caution that has to be followed before using such tools. So one of the first steps where you can start using AI is obviously in the literature search and review process, because once you enter into Google Scholar, it's a nightmare and you just have tens of thousands of papers. Anytime you walk in with a few keywords, you end up having tens of thousands of papers. At least PubMed has a much better advanced search option, and you have this limited vocabulary thesaurus and so on, which helps. But Google Scholar, even today, sometimes turns out to be a nightmare. So how can I start better? And the thing I would like to underline here is I am in no way suggesting replacing Google Scholar or replacing PubMed, but starting at a much easier place. Why don't we start at Semantic Scholar instead? So how does this make my life easier? Google Scholar, Semantic Scholar, same set of keywords. On one end, you have tens of thousands of papers, but on Semantic Scholar, if you are lucky enough, maybe you have 300, 400 papers. And these 300, 400 papers are much more relevant to what you're looking for, giving you a better head start to have that small niche collection of seed papers, which you can then expand on Google Scholar, PubMed, or anywhere that you really like. One other way in which you can, so this is just the interface, pretty similar to Google Scholar. One other way in which you can make your initial literature search processes and also some parts of the later stages efficient is through a process called citation mining. This is a process that we all do, just that we don't name it. So when you read a paper, when this literature is really relevant to you, what do? You don't just stop with the paper. You go through the references. You go through the other papers that have cited this core paper, and that is how you build your network of papers in the backward and the forward direction. This process is called citation mining. Now, how do I conventionally do it? Read a paper, find a suitable reference, Google for the reference, read the title, read the abstract, maybe the keywords, and take one simple decision. Should I save this paper? Should I not save this paper? When I'm searching for literature, I don't always read the full text. Reading full text comes at a later point in time. So this initial step of citation mining is a very systematic process. It has a set of rules, no creativity whatsoever required, which means an AI can do a much better job than humans in most instances. And that is why literature mapping tools like LitMaps, ResearchRabbit, Insightful, all of these tend to be popular choices when you want to find literature directionally, the word to be underlined being directionally. If you're in very early stages and if you are counting on serendipity to kind of land on your topic of choice, this is not the right way to do it. But if you already have a slight idea on where you are headed and you want to stay focused, not stray in any direction, and build literature in a very directional way, then Litmaps or any of the other literature mapping tools are a great choice to start. You can start in several ways on these literature mapping tools. You can start with keywords, you can start with one paper and whatnot. So on litmaps, it initially gives you what is called a seed map. So in less than 1 minute, when you throw in a paper, you find almost 20 papers that are closely related to this one paper of your choice, or if you've started with 3 to 4 papers, closely related to 3 to 4 papers of your choice. And this is one of the tools that we'll go hands-on later as well. So built in within the tool is the option where you can validate these papers. You don't have to let litmaps make the decision if you want to save the paper. You can validate and then you can take the decision in alignment with litmaps. Google Scholar, I'm pretty sure you all noticed that it recently introduced something called Scholar Labs, where when you go in with a question, your question is the keyword or the key string based on which a handful of papers are pulled out, possibly papers that can answer your questions. And that is all is done on Google Scholar. Now, this is too late, too little, because 3.5 years ago, there were better tools that could do much more than what Google Scholar's labs could do today. And one such tool happens to be Consensus. So Consensus is one of the tools where you can walk in with a research question, and as the name suggests, it tells you the consensus in literature when you ask an yes or no question. So for me, one of the topics that I have a personal interest in is intermittent fasting. So intermittent fasting, I'm pretty sure you all know at least the conventional format of 16-8 fasting, where people don't eat anything for 16 hours to avoid triggering your insulin response, and then you have all your meals or all your calories within a 8-hour window, and this is touted as a good management system, not as a treatment, but as a good management system for metabolic disorders like, say, fatty liver, type 2 diabetes, obesity, and yeah, in some respect, Alzheimer's and stuff as well. So if I'm new to this, if I have a question, is intermittent fasting really useful or is really helpful in management of type 2 diabetes? When I ask this very simple question, Consensus will give me something called a consensus meter. That will tell me, so it will pick up the top papers based on citation metrics, of course, and then it will tell me what percentage of literature say yes to my question, what percentage say no, what say possibly. So this kind of gives me an overarching view of where literature stands on this particular question that I am interested in asking. So this is one of the good starts. And Consensus does not stand just there. It also gives you a neat summary answer based on top 10 papers or so. Now this answer might look like it's pretty similar to what you can get out of ChatGPT. But in ChatGPT, to get the same kind of content, you will have to do a bit of prompt engineering. But on Consensus, because these are academic tools that are built to answer scientific questions, you don't have to prompt engineer. You don't have to tell the tool that I'm asking this question in a scientific context, so give me answers only from journal articles. Give me answers only from articles in the past 2 years, 3 years, or say give me articles only from journals that fall within the Q1, Q2 category. You set filters, you ask simple natural language question, you get an output. The output is studded throughout with citations. And when you're on the live tool, these citations are hyperlinks. Just hover your mouse over the hyperlinks. You get the pop-up title of the paper, click on the title, you're taken to the original source of the paper, which means I don't have to trust Consensus. I start with this answer as a starting point, but I will verify every single point that this tool has thrown at me right from its original source. This also prevents Consensus from hallucinating because it has to link back to the original source every single time. But does it mean Consensus is 100% foolproof? Not necessarily, because the problem is not inaccuracy in most of the cases, but problem with several of these AI tools is that they are a bit shallow. They are not as nuanced as what will come out when a human reads between the lines, reads through multiple papers, but nevertheless a good start. If it is a good start, can I copy this information as it is and use it on my draft manuscript? Yes or no? My answer would be yes. if you're talking about very early drafts. If you're talking about the 0th draft, 4th draft, 5th draft, you need a starting material. Instead of staring at a blank page, if you need something to anchor your thoughts, anchor your arguments, go ahead, use this as the starting content. But just remember, though this content is not plagiarized, consensus or other academic AI tools, they don't copy information. They do a good enough job of summarizing, just that the summarizing is a bit shallow. Despite not being plagiarized content, this is still AI generated content. And as of now, journal policies, institutional policies bar you from using AI generated content, which means you will have to establish a system from day one to clearly mark content which came out of an AI tool. A simple highlight, a simple change in font color would be more than sufficient to make sure you can always track what content came out of an AI, so that at the later stages of drafting you can paraphrase on your own, you can combine, you can add your insights and develop the thought that came out of an AI, but you own the thought, you validate the thought, you verify it, and you expand on it. That is a really legitimate use case for tools like consensus. Now, once I have found these overarching answers, once I have found these basic set of papers that answer a research question I'm interested in, the next is a step where I have to interact with individual papers closely. I found 200 papers, 300 papers, and then I screen out and find 50, 60 papers. Even on an original article, you are expected to completely read at least 30 to 50 papers, and only then you would be able to formulate your introduction, discussion sections, and so on. So what tools can help me at this point? You have quite a number of tools like Elicit, you have SciSpace, you have Answered This, that do a great job. Then you have so many other newer ones like there's something called Research Pal and so on, which do a kind of similar job, where when you ask a research question, they give you a summary, but we are not interested in the summary. Rather, they give you something called a literature matrix. This is what we are interested in. A literature matrix is where you ask a question, a set of papers, up to 100 papers can be loaded in SciSpace, where these 100 papers are placed in a nice tabular column. Let's say I want to read these papers with the aim of finding out a good research question for my next grant proposal. When I'm doing this, I'm not really worried about the introduction sections of all these papers. I am looking for something very specific. I want the research question that these papers dealt with. Why? Because I can pick the same question, give a novel solution to it, a much better, more efficient solution that is still solid research. I would look for something called limitations of the study in the discussion section, because if I see the same limitation across multiple studies, can I pick that, formulate it into a research question? Can I solve that? I look for future directions in the discussion or conclusion sections and so on. So having this literature matrix helps me selectively interact with specific sections of the paper that are of importance to me at the present moment. And with all these deep review features, deep search features being introduced into these tools, I'll show you how exhaustive these answers can be on your tables. Now here again, these answers, great, usually accurate, 80-85% accurate, but not always nuanced, not always layered. And also remember, most of these papers are open access papers, and these are not papers that you picked, these are papers that the tool picked. There is a way in which you can force the tool to pick your papers and do the same job. We'll do that during the demo session at a later point. Now, all of these tools we were talking about, they work great until I'm writing a narrative review. Say I'm doing a literature review for a case report, I'm trying to write a literature review for my thesis, or I'm trying to write a narrative review paper. All good, because for all of this, I can pick and choose my literature. I can pick a narrative, and I don't have to be objective. When I'm writing literature review for my thesis or for my review paper, I can be biased. I'm allowed to be biased. I pick one direction, one dimension of the story, I stick to that dimension, and then I say, okay, this is also happening. There are some contradictions, there are some opposing results or neutral results that also happen. But I can just stay focused on one dimension. But when I'm writing something as serious or more structured, like a systematic literature review, or I'm doing a scoping review, or when this extends into a meta analysis, this is no longer possible. Directionality will not happen. I'm expected to be objective. In that case, I still have to go back to PubMed. I still have to go back to clinicaltrials.gov. I still have to go back to my Google Scholar. Litmaps will not work. SciSpace will not work. Elicit will not work because they are selective, and literature cannot be selective in an SLR process before after the SLRs as well. Even there, you have great tools like Covidence, for instance. Then you have tools like Ryan, which are all AI powered at the moment, where these tools help you pick the literature for your systematic literature review. And once you have picked a certain number of literature, the AI will start suggesting how you can manage the rest of the literature. You can bring in all your co-authors. You can do a bit of screening on Ryan. You can even do a bit of data extraction on Ryan for your systematic literature reviews. Covidence is much more layered than Ryan. The only difference is Ryan has a lot of its features available on open source or on the free version, whereas to get the best out of Covidence, you still have to go for the paid version. Now, this entire idea of writing reviews kind of went into an existential crisis mode last year when this tool called AutoSR generated an entire really good enough systematic literature review in hours. A good SLR easily takes 1.5, 2 years for 7, 8 authors combined together to generate. But this tool could do a decent enough job, an almost similar quality job in a few hours. Now, this brings us to the question of, if an AI can get it done, why are we humans still being involved? Maybe because we still don't trust AI. AI is still making mistakes. But can we bring AI into the fold to enhance this process? That's a question not for us to answer. We still have to wait for the policymakers and publishers to take a call on that. Until that happens, AI still stands on the sidelines. The entire process of scientific writing and publishing is still heavily human-led. You cannot let AI take over, not for the ideas completely, not for the writing process completely as well. One of the problems with having these shiny object syndrome is that when anything new comes up, we want to just follow this new trend. When COVID happened, every single researcher, or at least most of the researchers, even if they were no way connected to viral disorders or treating viral diseases, they wrote papers on COVID. Instruments for COVID, for diagnosis of COVID, everything around COVID, papers were piling up on COVID. The same thing happens with Gen AI. Today, we want a Gen AI solution for everything, and we forget that we had a life before Gen AI. We had generations of researchers who didn't even have a computer. They still wrote great theses. Einstein did not have a computer. Edison did not have it. Rosalind Franklin did not need a generative AI to quickly see patterns. She did it all by herself. I'm not saying we'll have to go back in ages, but it's kind of silly to expect AI to kind of solve all your problems and expect to have an AI tool for everything. That is how you kind of miss out seeing these non-AI tools like Obsidian, which is a great knowledge management system to have. Because once I have Elicit for interacting with individual papers and extracting data, I'm going to have a ton load of data which I cannot really manage on an MS Word. None of the tools on MS Office repertoire will help me manage this bulk amount of knowledge. That is where tools like Obsidian come in, where on one single interface, you have words, you have pictures, you have videos, you have full PDF files uploaded and available to you on the same interface, which will help you manage things better. Yes, Obsidian is something similar to Notebook LM. It is similar to Notion, but then it is a much simpler interface. It's also free, so definitely give it a try, I would say. Now, reading these scientific papers, understanding and interacting with them is a boring job. Take it from me, who has to do this day in and day out. It's the same case with you as well. And also, it's pretty daunting for a young researcher. It's very difficult for a young researcher to quickly grasp these ideas from a paper. The main reason is that Scientific manuscripts, they are not written for beginners. They're always written for experts. So you don't have any background knowledge, you don't have any ground knowledge that is being presented to you in a paper. Paper jumps directly into the concept, into the study, and then they just go ahead with their explanations and stuff. This is where tools like SciSpace, especially features like Copilot, can come in handy, where they kind of act like your proxy supervisor, but a supervisor who's present with you 24/7 for any silly questions that you might have. As you read a paper, you don't understand certain sections, just highlight the section, click on explain text. You have a detailed, almost a 200-300 word summary that will explain every single terminology on the section, that will explain the logic beyond the paragraph, and kind of handhold you in understanding the paragraph. The best part about SciSpace Copilot for me personally is because there are so many other tools that can do this. You have, even PaperPal has a Copilot feature that can do this. Then you have always had chat PDF and other tools that can help you understand PDFs better. But here, this works for equations, it works for tables, and also the fact that this feature sits within a tool which has so much more to offer is what is special about this feature, which means if I'm on SciSpace, I can ask a question, create a literature matrix, I can interact with individual papers in detail, and SciSpace also has a writing interface, which means one tool, several of the requirements across scientific writing and publishing can be done, because that's what we are looking for. There is no dearth of tools at all. We all know hundreds of tools, but how do I efficiently stick to one or two tools to get all the job done is where most of us struggle. That is where having tools that are comprehensive like SciSpace, where there are inbuilt features for every single step, really helps. So AI has not just changed the way you do things, it has changed the way, or it should rather change the way how you interact with knowledge, how you absorb knowledge as well. You don't have to any longer always sit at your desk, sit at your screen and read a paper. Instead, your paper travels with you anywhere you go on your smartphone, and your phone can read it out aloud to you as you are cooking, as you are gardening, as you are hitting the gym, or just commuting to your next class as a teacher or as a student. Now, this has you just have to get imaginative to find different ways to use the tools like Speechify and listening.io, I would say, because this can read out your class notes. This can help you revise your most important questions just before an examination if you have one, or if as a teacher you're headed into a classroom, you have a perfect set of notes but you really do not have the time to sit and read through the notes. Just listen to the notes as you are driving to the college. So the possibilities are endless. Now, until this point, all of these tools that we talked about, they are not inherently built to introduce AI content into your scientific manuscripts. So you go into litmaps, find the literature, come out. You go into elicit, use elicit for creating literature matrix to understand papers better, come out. Then you go into SciSpace Copilot to get more information on specific equations and complex tables, understand it, come out. As long as you don't copy paste from any of these apps, as long as you use that as a starting material to create your own knowledge, everything is fine. But how about summarizing tools like Scholarly? So these tools inherently have this problem of introducing AI content into your writing, because that's what they are built for. You throw in a paper, you throw in 5 papers, summarize it, they give it to you in the form of neat summaries, or in the form of say your flashcards, and then you have this tendency to use the content as it is. This is where it gets problematic. Summarizing tools as such are not the problem, but relying on summarizing tools to actually paraphrase papers for you, that could get problematic. The way you write papers can also evolve with AI, where you no longer have to sit and write. You can have apps like AudioPen on your smart devices where you just dictate notes. This is like your very loyal secretary who is going to follow you along wherever you go, and you're not even expected to speak in full sentences, speak in proper sentences. You can just keep throwing ideas even if they are broken. The good thing about these AI transcribers are that they don't just capture your words and turn it into written content, they also do a great job of proofreading. They perfect your English, they take care of your grammar, they organize it into neat paragraphs, and at the end of the day, you have a nice document that you can simply download, use as a starting material without much problems because the ideas came from you. The idea did not come from AI. The AI tool just did a job of language corrections and proofreading, which means not much threat of introducing AI content. This is a nice way to try writing your papers, I would say. So, is this a good time to take a break or take a 5-10 minute break and we'll continue? So, any questions before we do that? Take a walk around the block. Considering we are talking about type 2 diabetes and fatty liver, sitting in one place, I guess it's the worst thing we can do to those symptoms.
Let's have a small break. The refreshments are available at third floor. Thank you. Okay, third floor left to the lift, H2 Healthy Hub.
image அதுக்கப்புறம் just ஒரு few pictures, just ஒரு 4 to 5, but நல்லா usable. So we'll go ahead and start. Let's settle down. So we'll continue and then we'll take questions when we reach at the next break. I hope that cake and tea, coffee did not slow you down. எங்கே விட்டோனே மறந்து போகிற அளவுக்கு இருக்கா லைட்டா? Okay. So where were we? Until now we were talking about literature review tools. We were talking about collecting information. We are talking about interacting better with papers and so on. So good papers are not just about written content. There is also the other display items and so on. Now, display items are much more complex than written content because publishers, for several reasons, they don't allow you the use of AI tools for creating images because copyright infringement is much more complex when you are talking about imaging tools and also the final images. When you talk about these Gen AI imaging tools, say Adobe Firefly for instance, you don't have much control on the final output. You give a prompt, you get an output, and that's that. You can maybe go change the prompt, but you cannot really edit the final output. You don't own the final output because there are copyright infringements usually in the data set itself. So how can we overcome this? You simply cannot use Gen AI tools. Pure Gen AI tools right now cannot be used. Despite the availability of several tools, you cannot use them for in-text figures. You cannot use them not even for graphical abstracts. But then there are tools which are conventional, which have AI components, don't have AI components, but no copyright issues, like biorender. If you have biorender, you don't need an AI tool at all because all your nature portfolio journals, if you look at them, most of the images they come from biorender simply because there are no copyright infringements. When you have the paid version of the tool, you own the copyright to the images that you create. There are great templates. Pick, choose, assemble, write whatever you want. It is as simple as working on a PowerPoint slide. But if you want to kind of match it up slightly and you want more help with AI, then eDrawMax is a great tool. This will not give you biological images, but for all kinds of flow charts, mind maps, and such, say your Gantt charts for your grant proposals, all of that can be taken care of eDrawMax. eDrawMax also has an AI component. Why is it that I cannot use Adobe Firefly, but I'm allowed to use eDrawMax? The simple difference is in eDrawMax, you can edit every single component on the final output. You give a prompt, the AI creates an image, it creates a flowchart for instance. Every single component on the flowchart is editable. All you have to do is you can use the tool, create the image, make sure that you just add credits to the image saying that this image was created using eDrawMax. That's exactly what you will do even when you use biorender. The exact same courtesies have to be followed. Courtesies, not just courtesies, they are also declarations that have to be followed when you use these tools. And then Visme is also a great tool which doubles up not just as a presentation making tool similar to Canva, but this is also a tool where you can make really beautiful statistical images. Not very complex images, but very basic bar charts, very basic pie graphs and so on, or pie charts and bar graphs can be very easily made. So you can go, just like how you go into Canva and pick a template, go into Visme, pick a chart as per your preference. When you click on the chart, you have the Excel sheet or the Excel interface open on your left hand side. You can key in your data, copy paste your Excel sheet, input your or import your Excel sheet, and now the same graph will be reproduced with your own data. So you see the output first, you see what you like, and then you go back and start changing the data, or rather using your data. Now this using tools like Visme only works to a certain extent, and also normally the graphs created from Visme, they're usually very colorful, flamboyant and so on. Great if you're trying to use them on presentations. But if I want to use these things on my manuscripts, then it cannot be colorful. It has to follow a certain level of authenticity. So, and also what happens when I have very complex statistical analysis? What happens when I have to replace SPSS with something? That is where tools like Julius AI come into play, when you have complex analysis like ANOVA, for instance, to be done on your quantitative data. Why is it that ChatGPT is not reliable, but somehow Julius AI tends to be pretty popular among the academic community? It's because of its transparency, I would say, and also it's built in a way where you can co-work with the tool by design. So when you're on Julius, I can just upload a data. I can upload my Excel sheet with all the data, and I can use simple language. I can say run an ANOVA on columns 1, 2, 3, and 4, for instance. And what the tool does is it converts your natural language prompt into a Python code. And this is where, despite the availability of AI tools, having a basic knowledge of Python really helps with your statistical analysis. Just with the base knowledge, you can review the Python code. If you want to make revisions, you can make revisions to the Python code, and then the tool runs this Python code on your data and then comes with the final output. And then you can give a very simple prompt asking the tool to say, convert this into an appropriate image or an appropriate graph, and maybe the tool converts your results into a box plot. And then say you want to do a post hoc analysis like Dunnett's, for instance, you just say do a post hoc analysis on the current data set. Same protocol, it converts into a Python code, you check the Python code, and then the Python code is run on your data, and you get the imaging or the result that you're looking for. Again, the same catch, if you use tools like Julius for statistical analysis, always declare that, just like how you would say the statistical analysis was done using SPSS version such and such, say that the analysis was done using Julius AI. Why is this declaration important? Because when you use an AI tool, you don't declare, and then the reviewer or the editor finds out that this was done using AI, it becomes a breach of trust, it becomes a breach of your scientific content. But or scientific work, right? If you use an AI tool, you declare it. Now the ball is in the editor's court. If they feel that it is not appropriate to use an AI at this stage or this particular tool, your paper would not be rejected. At the most editors, they're going to return the paper back to you, asking you to make changes in that particular section once you are transparent about the use of AI tools. Because right now, nobody has the playbook. We are building the playbook as we are going one step after the other. And what will make this much more efficient and good for all of us in the long run is all of us being transparent and editors being considerate and appreciative of this transparency. So let's aim for that with the use of AI tools. Now, when it comes to managing references, we don't need AI tools. We have amazing conventional tools like Zotero, Mendeley, which have been working fine. And in the recent months, most of the writing tools have doubled up to introduce reference management into their systems. So you don't need a standalone reference manager at the moment. But if you are anywhere stuck without a reference management option, then there is a tool called Trix AI. It's not a complete reference manager. It cannot take care of your in-text citations, but it will do a great job of converting just your reference list from one style to the other. But I believe Trix has become outdated now because PaperPal has a much better system using which you can achieve the same results. I'll show you that in the demo session as well. How about using AI for language corrections? Yes, Quillbot is good, Grammarly is good, but then you also have academia specific proofreaders, language correction tools like PaperPal. But with all of these tools, you stand the chance of introducing AI content because AI content detectors do not understand your history. They don't look into the history of your document. You could have written a document completely by yourself. You could have edited the document for 100 times, and then for the 101th time you think, okay, maybe AI will do a good job of polishing the language in this manuscript. You throw in your manuscript into an AI tool, let the AI tool make global changes to your document. Not simple proofreading, not simple fixing grammatical errors, but global changes to polish the entire language. Now all of these 100 edits will not be taken into account. Your paper will have AI flags. The AI score on your paper will definitely be high because AI content detectors only look at very simple flags along your language. So be very careful when you use proofreading tools. Use them for fixing grammatical errors. Sentence level changes are fine. Word level changes are fine. paragraph level changes or global changes will simply not work, never a good idea. Now, I'm pretty sure all of you who went through this process of finishing a PhD thesis, at least there would have been one weekend when you cried yourself to sleep, praying that you had a solution to writing this literature review section. I know all of you would have done that. I definitely did that because I can sit in the lab 7 days a week. I can generate data. I can grow E. coli all I want. But I simply could not write a literature review. That drove me crazy in my early PhD days because nobody taught us how it has to be approached and how it can be simplified and kind of made structured, right? So all our wishes culminated and came true when this tool was introduced called Genie AI. This was one of the first set of first AI tool to write entire literature reviews from a simple prompt. The problem, since this was one of the first tools, most AI content detectors were also trained on the content that came out of these tools, which means when you write using Genie, when you even simply brainstorm and take the ideas out of Genie, sometimes 100% of your content shows up as AI generated content. Fair enough. But that does not discount the use of tools like Genie because these are great brainstorming tools. When I give you a topic for a literature review, there are at least 10 different ways in which you can approach this process. You don't have to spend 5 weeks rewriting content in multiple perspectives to figure out which perspective has more depth in terms of availability of literature, which has more strength in terms of argument and so on. Instead, use AI tools to write these 10 versions of manuscripts so that you can quickly see what sticks, what is better. Pick that idea, pick the perspective, and then you write the literature review. Writing is one of the most problematic places. Writing is a place where you simply cannot outsource to AI at all. Get as many suggestions as you want, but you always own the writing canvas. Now, the next huge problem is, or the next phase where we all literally cried is when we had to format our manuscript as required by the journal guidelines. Not one journal, rejection after rejection. With every rejection, you have to change the format of your citations, change the format of your references, especially if you did not use a reference manager. That is where SciSpace has always had a manuscript formatting feature. Even today, it has it. Just that it is built into the Agentic AI interface of SciSpace, which means you have to shell out slightly more money to have access, but a good enough tool, I would say. Better choice, free choice, simply install Zotero, start using Zotero. You don't have to go through all of this. Next comes the checkpoint where you have to check if your manuscript has all the necessary details. Not just introduction to conclusion, but is your front page or the title page, is it good enough? Have you included all declarations? Are all your references up to date? Because now most journals want you to include only references that are 3 to 5 years old. They don't want you to cite too many of your own papers. Self-citation is being frowned upon beyond a certain limit. So who checks for all of this? A quick way to do that is this manuscript check feature on PaperPal. It's inbuilt into the PaperPal interface, where this feature will check your manuscript for close to 25 different aspects, right from the metadata on your title page to language issues in your manuscript, because PaperPal comes from this language editing company called Editage. So that is their strong point. They are always a team of editors. They have the data to train a tool to do a good job of looking for language errors, looking for formatting errors, and also looking for ways in which this can be rectified. No matter how diligent you are, when your manuscript goes through this critical process called peer review, most times it gets personal, it gets ugly, your manuscript gets shredded to pieces, and then you are left crying on your pillow for days together. How can we avoid this? The crying is fine, but with each round of peer review, you easily lose 3 to 4 months for every round of review. The paper reaches the editor, editor to peer reviewer to the editor, back to you, you make the revisions, go back to the editor. This one cycle on a good journal is easily 3 to 4 months, which means if your manuscript undergoes 3 to 4 rounds of peer review, that is one solid year wasted just in peer review. How can we avoid this? How can we shorten this? Simply by writing better manuscripts. So, are there tools that can help me kind of check if my manuscript is good enough? There are good mock peer review tools like Paper Wizard that you can try. And remember, all of these AI tools, even though they do not display that they are still in the beta version, assume they are in the beta version. There are still bugs to be fixed. Sometimes these tools go overboard. Paper Wizard, for instance, will give you 10-15 pages of review, most of which is not really usable. But there are certain insights within this tool that you can really use. So once you're done with your manuscript, you can upload it into tools like Paper Wizard to get a mock peer review report, and based on the report, make the necessary revisions even before you go into the journal for your initial submission. Now you go in with a much better paper where you have already addressed the most common critique that could come up from the peer reviewers. Editor is happy, peer reviewers are happy, you're happy. You cut down on the time of the actual peer review if you are lucky enough. If not, you end up on the desk of reviewer too, and your life is still going to be hell. Nobody can save you from such human fallacies, but let's just hope. Yeah. So with these last three tools, manuscript check from PaperPal, the formatting tool from SciSpace, and the mock peer review tools like Paper Wizard, for instance. With these three tools, I don't have to worry about AI content, because these three tools, they are not going to make changes into my document. They are going to offer suggestions, and I am the one who's going to take these suggestions and make changes into my manuscript. So they are absolutely fine to use in terms of introducing AI content or AI red flags into your manuscript. But these tools pose a much larger challenge, which happens to be data privacy. So are these tools good enough? Can I trust these tools? I'm going to give in my fully completed manuscript into these tools. Will my paper be safe? Will my data be safe? That's a question you should be asking yourself. Though all of these three tools, they have good legacy, they have companies that are decades old backing them up. Never take anyone's word for granted, even mine, because the work is yours, and if you lose it, you are standing at the precipice of a large loss to your research journey. So always do your homework. Check for the veracity of the tools before you hand over your entire paper into any one of these tools, even when they are pretty popular. Considering that we have a good number of senior researchers in the audience today as well, can AI help with the grant writing process? Because good research comes from good money, and you get good money only when you write good grant proposals. So most of the AI tools that we discussed today, they can double up to help you with your literature review, identifying research questions, framing your grant proposals, creating the display items for grant proposals as well. But we don't have a tool as it is for grant proposal writing or management, something similar to Atom. So Atom is a tool that works in the US scenario, where it is kind of being designed as this one-stop solution where you can write your grant proposal on Atom. It has an entire database of all the research grants that are active at the moment. Once you finish your proposal abstract, it matches your abstract with presently active grants and gives you a list of grants that you can apply to, where your abstract or your idea is actually eligible for. And right within the interface of Atom, you can also apply for those grants. Just it's hyperlink you follow, and then you finish your application. And Atom, I know the team is also on the process of creating a system where the post-award management of the grant is also taken care of. The knowledge, the financials, the keeping track of things, they want to make it into a comprehensive platform. It is, the second half is still being built. The first half is built and working. Unfortunately, this does not work for the Indian ecosystem. We don't have a tool that is similar to Atom for the Indian grant ecosystem. But someday when we have it, maybe finding these appropriate funding agencies or open grants might not be as difficult as it is today. No matter if you're a teacher, if you're a student or a scholar, presentations have to be made day in and day out. Using AI tools, does it make it better? Can I use AI tools? Not just for presentation tools, with all the tools, AI works great if you're an expert or already a semi expert. As in, you're a person who can let AI do the job, but you can still verify the final output for yourself. So, if I'm a teacher, I already know what I want to teach in my class. I just don't have the time to sit and make the presentations. So, I just write a good prompt into Dectopus or into Gamma AI or into Prezi AI for that matter. I let the tool make the presentation, or I already have a set of notes. I just upload the notes and let the AI tool make the presentation for me. No ethical breaches here, because the content is mine, the idea is mine. I'm going to verify the output and only then use it in the classroom. The teaching is still going to be mine. But if you are a scholar or a student who's just new to the topic and where you are expected to go through that productive struggle to understand the topic and then present the topic, when you use these tools as a bypass, as a shortcut to not do that productive struggle, that's when problem starts, because you miss out on a great learning opportunity. And without the background searches and additional stories, your presentations would definitely not be as good as what could happen if you had put in the efforts. And talking is one huge part of academia, though we are all expected to be very humble introverts, not blowing our own trumpets. Every second week, we are expected to talk, to present something. So, how does AI pan in helping us there? So, there are nice tools like Poised, which were built for preparing candidates for interviews. But these also can develop as good assistants or good co workers, where you can present your talk to these tools and then they give you feedback on your pace, on your language use. Some of them even talk about your body language, the repetition of words, and whatnot. So, in the middle of the night, you finish your PPT at 1 p.m. to 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Sit with these tools for an additional 40 minutes so that your talk gets polished enough. Now, one question that has been asked throughout these 3 years is, it's all nice to have so many AI tools, but at some point it's also overwhelming. I don't want hundreds of AI tools. I just want one tool or two tools that will do all the work for me, that can help me with every single aspect of scientific writing and the publishing process. If you had asked me this question a few months ago, I would have said, it's too much to ask. You can't expect one tool to do all of this for you. But that changed with Agentic AI, especially with academic tools like SciSpace incorporating Agentic AI tools into them, where very complex genomic analysis to simple presentations to formatting, you name it, everything can be done within one platform. The difference? The standard version of SciSpace will cost you $700 per month. The Agentic AI version will cost you somewhere around $5,000 per month. That's the financial difference when you want to use a standard tool and an agentic tool. But sometimes it's almost worth the investment if you really require it. Now, coming to the actual ethical dilemmas around using AI. So, one of the very first clear guidelines that came out with respect to AI uses, AI cannot be used as a co-author. You cannot add AI as a co-author to your paper. You should not be using AI to the extent that they qualify to become a co-author on your paper. Now, where can I use AI? We keep talking about don't do this, don't do that with AI. What is it that I'm allowed to do with AI? One or a few places where you can have a free reign with AI is in the very early stages, when you're brainstorming, when you're just ideating for your documents. You have a free reign on the use of AI. As long as you don't outsource the complete ideation to AI, you participate, and then the writing or the actual content also evolves more on the human front and not on the AI front. Then you're allowed to use AI. And then the later stages where you want to just check for language, check for proofreading, you have a free reign on the use of AI. In these cases, you don't have to declare the use of AI. You don't have to say that I used PaperPal for language checking, I used Obsidian for knowledge management, or I used Notion for idea generation. But for everything else, you are expected to declare the use of the AI tool. What tool? Why did you use? Was there a human vetting step after the use of AI? Anytime you are in doubt, should I declare this? Should I not declare this? Go ahead and declare. Over declaration is much better. As I said, when you declare, and then when something is unnecessary, it's just a matter of removing a few lines from your declaration. Or if the tool is not appropriate, it's just a matter of having the paper back with you, making revisions. You still have a chance of getting published with the journal. So always over declare. We can edit at later stages, later revisions, declare most use cases of AI to be on the safer side. Now let's talk about this huge pain we have to deal with called AI content detectors. Plagiarism checking tools like Turnitin, they were already a pain, because plagiarism is not just a case of a few words strung together, because sometimes there are only so many words in English that you can use to express the same methodology or the same thought process. That is why we have a leverage. So up to 10% plagiarism is usually tolerated because of this overlap. Now, at least with plagiarism, we are talking about blatant copying of complete strings of words. With AI content detectors, the rules are very, very hazy. They look for very superficial stuff like the use of certain words, like delve, for instance, nuance, for instance, tapestry, for instance, or certain sentence structures, complexity of sentences. This is called perplexity, burstiness, and so on. Essentially, it looks for perfection. If a content looks too perfect to be true to be written by a human, then that gets flagged as AI content at different degrees, at different levels. This is problematic because this sometimes goes against people like Taruji, for instance, who writes these perfect sentences out of the world words. It is also not very favorable for researchers who come from countries like India, where English is not the first language. So, non English or non native speakers are also penalized unfairly. And sometimes, when you follow the rules to a T too much, then again you are penalized unfairly, because we have all had instances where human written sentences were flagged as AI written content. But right now, we don't have a better system. We don't want researchers to use AI. We don't want all scientific writing to be outsourced to AI. How do we check for this? We cannot check the process. We cannot track the entire history. So right now, because we don't have better system, AI content detectors exist, and that does not make them good. We just have to deal with them as teachers, as researchers. Right now, we don't have any other go. And when content detectors become very mean and unfair, some people thought that, okay, let's go and democratize this a bit. Let's go give the challenge, be the thugs of the research world. And they developed something called humanizers. So right now, you have AI tools, you write with them, and then there are AI content detectors that help you figure out what is AI, what is human. And then you have humanizers that go and take content written out of an AI tool, change it in such a way that it sounds like human written content, completely flawed, but it kind of cheats the AI content detectors. Please don't ask me to repeat that. It's very difficult. Just understand that humanizers might cheat content detectors to a certain extent. Why might? Because Turnitin recently came up with this anti-humanizer feature on the tool, where it claims that Turnitin can now even detect content that has been humanized using humanizers like Stealth Writer, for instance. So content detectors, problematic, but humanizers are not the solution to the problem. They just add on to the existing problem. Now for the teaching part of things, because I love talking about humanizers are AI tools that take AI written content and they kind of rewrite them to remove the AI flags. So they alter sentence structures, they unnecessarily lengthen your sentences and so on, so that a content detector cannot find out that this was written by an AI and then edited by an AI tool. Does that make sense? So it essentially humanizes AI written content, but it's an AI tool in itself. A good one to try out is called Stealth Writer. So when you try it out, you'll have a better idea of what I'm talking about. Yeah. So it takes up the content, kind of jumbles it up so that a content detector will not show AI content. They claim so, but not very accurately, just like any other content is what I feel. Because I not just talk about AI in research, I also talk about AI for teaching and learning processes to a certain extent. I wanted to kind of end up this part of the session with a few tools that you can try out as a teaching professional as well. One of my favorite tools where you can start is called eduai.ai. It's my favorite because it has solutions right from creating lesson plans, creating content, gamifying your classrooms, a bit of assessment, and a bit of evaluation as well. And it has a lot of free credits. You would be able to explore all these different 20, 30 features that more than 30 features that Edu8 has to offer without going in for the paid version of the tool. So this is a great start if you are looking at tools that can help you with your teaching processes. And if you are looking at customized learning materials or customized learning experiences for your students at some point, then Diffit is a good tool to check out, but this exactly is not free. You will have to go for the pro version of the tool. And at some point, when we decide that we will start creating avatars like Synthesia, for instance, and we'll start creating video lectures with teacher avatars to replace or augment teachers. I think augment is just a word to deceive us for a short time before replacement becomes the norm. So DID is a good start because it does have quite a lot of features, again, not a free tool. And then when you want a classroom where interactions are the core of how teaching happens, where you're talking about all these reversed Bloom's taxonomy and so on, Mentimeter is a great place to start experimenting with more student participation in your classrooms. And thanks to COVID, we all are familiar with Kahoot. Most of you would have had quick interactions as students or as teachers using Kahoot. But Kahoot, they were the front runner, but then they got greedy. They did not build features. Instead, they were just paywalling whatever they had. That is the exact time when quizzes entered into the scene, and they started offering much more than Kahoot for free. And their AI features are really amazing because once you create a very basic quiz within quizzes, using the AI features, you can quickly change the quiz into multiple formats. You have a 20 question quiz. You can convert that or expand that into a series of flashcards that can be handed out as a study material. You have questions that are very direct. You have already run the quiz in your classroom, but you want to run the quiz a second time, maybe because first time the students did not really do well. You can quickly convert these straightforward questions into scenario based questions using AI right there on the app. One click, your question gets converted into different formats. And I really am a fan of these scenario based questions because that gives you the advantage of having one content which can quickly serve you multiple times, even if used within the same cohort of students. Definitely something to try out, I would say. And in the Indian scenario, one company we keep hearing about in terms of assessment, in terms of setting question papers, complete subjective evaluations online is Eclavia. But here again, this is not a tool that you can simply log in and check. You will have to contact the team for a demo to see how their systems work, but definitely worth a try, I think. So one thing to remember as a community of teachers when we are talking about introducing AI is the focus has to be augmentation and not automation, because teachers bring much more than just knowledge transfer to the classrooms. We just cannot forget that at any point. So the goal is to still have classrooms that are teacher led, but to assist these teachers to kind of reduce their burden so that they can be more present for the students and for the actual teaching process. This question is pretty outdated because today's students, they are the digital natives. They were born with AI. They grew up with AI, or at least technology and smartphones, which means they are already using AI sometimes even better than teachers, even if we do not have the heart to accept that. But the question is, are they using it right? Are they using AI to circumvent the productive struggle that's a very important part of learning? In that case, I think we will have to, it's not a simple case of just adding an AI content detector to the process. it goes much deeper than that. The entire paradigm of teaching and learning has to be revisited. We have to get back to the drawing board, reimagine how we teach, how we assess. You cannot let your students use AI and then set an assessment where you're asking them to write a 1,000 word essay on a topic. It will just take them less than 1 minute to get the assessment done, which means you will have to get creative. Skill assessment has to be the focus of any of these evaluations, and depending on what subject you teach, it might look, you have to create layered assessments essentially. I'm not going deep into that now, but that's what it is. So there is this mythological story about this young god called Prometheus, and Greek mythology tells us that once upon a time, fire belonged only to the gods. Maybe it was there up in the heavens, among the clouds. These poor human creatures, our own ancestors, they didn't have fire to help them out. And this god, demigod, I believe, Prometheus sits on his throne and looks at humans. He's very fond of humans. And he thinks maybe if these creatures did have fire, their life would be much more easier. And he brings fire up from the heavens down to earth. For that, he was punished for eternity. And it's believed this is how fire came into the hands of man. I'm not sure how true this mythology is, but I'm pretty sure that when fire was discovered for the first time, not all of our ancestors would have been happy. There would have been some of these super optimists among our ancestors who would have felt, wow, this is going to make our life easier. Now we can keep ourselves warm, we can travel in the dark, we can protect ourselves from animals, maybe cook our food and whatnot. But there definitely would have been a handful of pessimists who would have looked at this blazing, burning thing and immediately recognized that this thing could burn down entire forests, it could destroy Earth as they knew it back then. But both of them were necessary, because without the optimists there, we wouldn't have fire today, we wouldn't have any of the technology we have, because everything rested on the discovery of fire. But then thanks to the pessimist, today fire is much more safer. Not that accidents do not happen, but the accidents are much curtailed and we have a much more safer access to fire. So where exactly am I going with this story? Today, it feels like we have a new fire amongst us, and that fire is none other than generative AI. It is scary on most days. It can destroy so many things that we have built over several, not decades, several centuries. People are already losing jobs because of AI. It's a very reality that we are facing at the moment. But that should not really take away from the good things that AI can offer as well. And anytime we are talking about such shifts in technology, the problem is never the technology. The problem is always the policies and how we humans decide to use the technology. Are we using the technology to further divide the divides we already have, or are we using it prudently to make lives easier for all humans, not just a subset of humans, all humans involved? So maybe if we use it right, we might find good uses with AI. On that note, thank you for your attention, and this is where you can reach me beyond the session. That QR code takes you to my LinkedIn page, where I aim to write at least 3 to 4 times in a week. I usually curate a list of AI tools, new features with AI tools, and both for research and teaching as well. I also kind of share my thoughts on the ethical aspects to AI. Not good with calls, but great with WhatsApp. So you can always drop your questions, your observations on WhatsApp, and I'll get back within 24 hours, hopefully. And if you're looking for manuscript editing support or for your grant proposals, you don't have to wait for me. You can always drop an email, and someone else from the team will take it up and see if we are a good match to help you out. So on that note, I'll be very happy to take questions. I don't know how that can happen with the online participants. So is there a way where we can talk to them? There's a chat box or something where they can drop their questions. It's there? Okay. And then in the beginning of 2026, we also decided to start a YouTube channel, not much content there. There's just one 2 videos on systematic literature reviews if you're interested. And this is where you can drop your feedback for today's session. And when you do that, you get a PDF list of not just the tools we discussed, but more tools as well. So that you can have as a ready list of tools for your reference. So that happens when you drop the list. And this will also help us have a way in which we can reach out to you when we have these longer programs. So coming Monday, we are starting our 2-week bootcamp. It's called AI Supercharged Manuscript Writing Bootcamp, where we talk about the basics of manuscript writing, like right from reference management to journal selection and so on. And we'll also talk about AI tools. And that program will come with an inbuilt option where you can write your own manuscripts and then come to us for a review within the next 3 months once the program is over. So you can drop me a text on WhatsApp if you're interested to know more about the program, and I can drop the brochure for you. And this is the YouTube link. Very few videos at the moment. I'm trying to build on this, but somehow I haven't done it in the past 4 months or 3 months at least. But one content that might interest you is this 1-hour lecture on systematic literature reviews and meta-analysis. It's just a small introductory lecture. It's uploaded as 2 parts, 2 videos on the channel. You could check that out. Yeah, so we'll take questions. I'll read it.
One question is from Pavitra Amrit Kumar. She texted that very nice presentation. You walked us through the maze of AI tools. Could you list 3 tools for manuscript writing where we can invest, as most are paid ones and most have overlapping features?
Yeah. So if I have to pick 3, I would pick Litmaps, SciSpace, and Paperpal. Because Litmaps for directional literature, SciSpace for the data extraction feature or the literature matrix, which is not available on Paperpal, and Paperpal for the writing interface, because though SciSpace has a writing interface, what Paperpal has is much comprehensive. And we'll be looking into all these 3 tools in the afternoon session. So then you will know what I'm talking about, how they don't really overlap. Okay.
That's all.
Only one question. Okay. Hi.
It was like, I think I need like more than a month to even understand all these tools. And then there's humanizer, there is anti-humanizer, detector for AI writing. So is there any comparison as to what effective hours are we saving using AI to write research papers? And what is wrong with the age-old conventional writing?
Okay.
Is there a comparison?
I don't have direct numbers as a comparison, but out of experience, I can tell you that definitely AI tools save a huge chunk of time, easily 30 to 40% at the least. Even in a very minimal estimate, they would save you 30 to 40% of time, I would say. Say, for instance, simply in literature search, if I were to go through the entire maze of Google Scholar, finding literature in a particular direction, because in a narrative review, I'm not worried about all the literature. I'm not trying to find all literature. I have picked one viewpoint. I just want to find all literature that talks about the same viewpoint. If I were to do that on Google Scholar, that is going to take me easily a few weeks. But if I sit diligently with Litmaps, within 24 hours, I can easily build a literature collection of 150 papers. That's a huge time saver. There are limitations, but that's a huge time saver. And what is wrong with conventional writing? Nothing is exactly wrong. Just like how nothing was wrong with finding literature running around two different libraries, but when you have Google Scholar as a better system, we adopted Google Scholar because that is easier. You don't have to run around to libraries, but you're still doing the same amount of research, or the research rigor is not really affected just because you find literature from Google Scholar. AI could have a similar implication, but unlike Google Scholar, AI comes with its own set of problems, its own set of shortcuts. If used as an assistant, if not used as this one stop go to simply write literature reviews as such, but as assistants in the different steps that follow the scientific writing process, AI is it's a great addition to what we already had.
Is it true that AI uses a lot of water?
There are very contradictory conversations around that. But one thing is, with AI, we tend to use AI a lot more than we used to use conventional tools. So possibly because we did, all of us did this Ghibli trend and stuff, where otherwise we wouldn't have used the technology, we wouldn't have really held up the servers for so long. So with every trend, with every new technology, there is this case of overuse of technology, exploitation of technology, which definitely will have an environmental footprint and an environmental impact. But even otherwise, running those huge servers, keeping all of these AI tools alive, definitely is going to need a lot of resources, right?
So this is a double-edged sword.
Yes, it is, definitely.
Thank you.
My question is, see, when we plan a study, when we plan a methodology of a study, obviously we do a literature search. Yeah. So we do a literature search. Some of the papers don't open. Like they are paid, and we try in Sci-Hub and we try in our library, we don't get them. Can AI get those papers?
Not at the moment, but you can use extensions like Paper Panda, Unpaywall, Open Access Button. So these three, they are actually, okay, this is my pen drive, so I might not have this. Let me just check if I have the file. So these are extensions you can just add to your Chrome, and once you have them, they will help you not get all the papers. They are not as efficient as Sci-Hub, but 30 to 40% of papers you can still retrieve using these tools. So I'll just see if I have that file with me.
You said lit maps can be used for writing this. Sorry, the first part I was not there. So for writing a literature review, right? For writing
Finding literature.
for finding literature,
Yeah.
narrative review.
No, for any review, you can use lit maps to find literature directionally. Just a moment. So these are the tools that I'm talking about. The first three are just extensions you can add to your Chrome. And anytime you're on a journal page where there's a paywall, you can try using one of these extensions to see if you can have access to the full text. It's not a guarantee, but they get you access to 30-40% papers at least.
Okay. So, I'm planning a methodology for a particular study. Okay. So, on literature search, I see some 5 to 10 papers which are related to what I am doing. And now I want to design my own methodology. So, for that, which AI tool can be useful?
So if you are looking to expand on your literature collection directionally, so you want these 5 papers, you only want papers that are related to these 5 papers or which take the same direction as these 5 papers, then Litmaps is a good choice. So Litmaps, you feed in these 5 papers and Litmaps will help you build a collection of say 50-60 papers that are closely related to these 5 papers you started off with. It could be based on semantics, it could be based on references and citations, it could be based on author networks. Litmaps
Semantics?
Semantics is just the theme of your content, not just keywords, but beyond keywords, interactions between keywords and stuff, or between author relationships. It will find you all papers from the same set of authors. So 3 different ways in which you can just expand literature. You cannot interact with literature on Litmaps. It doesn't extract information, does not answer questions. None of that happens with Litmaps. But when you want to extract information, you can either take this entire collection into size space and then create a literature matrix. Or to begin with, you can convert the question you have around your methodology into a proper natural language prompt, feed it into size space, let SciSpace suggest papers, and then the same papers will be in a literature matrix where, because you're only thinking about methodology, you're not interested in reading the full paper at the moment. So on the literature matrix, you can just add one column or two columns or three, four columns that are just for the methodology part. And that way you can read and compare methodology and these associated information from across 100 papers in a neat Excel sheet that you can download as well. That way you can quickly read higher number of papers, compare methodology, arrive at your own methodology. So SciSpace could help with the exact content. Litmaps could help you find associated papers. But once you find papers, that is where the utility of Litmaps stops. It does not do anything beyond that.
Sometimes we do the same thing with Perplexity or
Yeah, you can.
ChatGPT. So how different it is, like in terms of
So one key difference with SciSpace is that it was built for answering these academic questions. Therefore, it sticks to better papers. You have easy filters. So on Perplexity, you cannot really set standards about the quality of papers, where these answers are coming from, what kind of papers. You can through prompting, but how diligently do these general purpose tools stick to this prompts is a bit questionable. But when you use an academic tool, all of these conditions, they fit in as filters. So it's just drag and drop filters. You can set the timeline from where you want the papers. You can set the quality for the papers you want, which makes the output much more trustable and much more good to work with.
so quality is based on the journal citation.
It's
that
based
is
on the
impact
journal's
factor.
status in Q1, Q2, Q3, and so on, based on the quartile where the journal is classified.
So I have to use Litmus and then
Yeah, SciSpace. Litmaps and SciSpace, or directly into SciSpace or Elicit or Answer This will also work.
No, just tell me one.
One.
or two.
Maybe you have to try between Elicit and SciSpace, because normally among medical researchers, there's a slight preference towards Elicit,
Okay.
because they find it's more kind of mellowed down, it's more accurate, or it's more nuanced than SciSpace. But yeah, just try these two and pick one.
See, we don't mind spending a little bit to get this job done, but if we know exactly this will work,
Both of them work. Elicit works, SciSpace works, but there's a slight preference towards Elicit.
illicit. Okay.
Yeah.
So it will get the literature as well as it will
Yeah.
it will extract the data about the methodology and give us.
Yes. You still have to cross-verify the information, but
No, obviously that we
most
have to
most
do,
of
but,
it is. It doesn't really hallucinate. These tools don't hallucinate. They don't give you inaccurate information by like ChatGPT, for instance. It does not make up information, but they miss out on the fine print, which is problematic sometimes. What you read as a human and what these tools do as simple LLMs, they are way different, two very different things. So they might miss out on these very small nuanced information, the nuanced relationships between things. But for most part, the information they bring out is accurate, non-hallucinated information. So that's a better start than ChatGPT and Perplexity sometimes.
Elicit and
SciSpace.
size space.
Yes, sir.
One more question from Dr. Sindhuja.
Okay.
Comment is, thank you for the wonderful session, ma'am. Could you please explain how to deal with plagiarism detection?
Plagiarism is okay. I think you are talking about AI plagiarism or AI content, I believe. Conventional plagiarism, again, you just have to write on your own. That's the solution for both conventional plagiarism as well as for AI content, I would say. You can use all the AI tools you want, but never let an AI write on your writing canvas. Your writing canvas is a sacred space where you read, you paraphrase, you do everything on your own, and you have to own 100% of the content that goes into your writing canvas. And for this, you have to have very clear systems to ensure that no AI content creeps into your final draft. Maybe in the earlier drafts, it's okay, But in the later drafts, you should be very clear, have a system in place. Only you write in your own language, in your own style, no matter how imperfect it is. That will make sure that you fall within this threshold of 10 to 15% AI content. It is still very difficult to get your AI content to 0%, but at least 10 to 15% is really doable when you write on your own.
I hope you have answered that too. That is from Dr. Sharfunisa. The presentation was very nice. Can you please let me know how to overcome AI check if humanizers also being caught out?
The same answer. It applies to both. And humanizers, they were never really useful. They work for students because student assessments, that is the level where humanizers were able to work. Humanizers really didn't do much for scientific manuscripts or grant proposals from the beginning. So I think in this context, humanizers are not even a part of the conversation, is what I feel. Yeah.
Turnitin, and it gives the AI similarity, content, whatever. As a journal editor, I get papers in which the submission, when we check the AI content, it is like 90% or 80%. So I want to know what are the other tools and how reliable or how good is Turnitin as for AI detection?
More than how good Turnitin is, we don't really have any other choices to pick from right now. So even with plagiarism, though there are other tools, most journals, they rely either on Turnitin or on Authenticate. And both of them come from the same parent company, they come from the same structure. And now with AI content, Turnitin is the only name that is running at the forefront. And so I think right now, for lack of choices, you just have to stick to Turnitin.
Okay. What I've observed is in some of the papers, once you send it back to the student, they just remove is, was, and a few things they remove. And then when we check it again with Turnitin, the content goes down so much. So just by changing the grammar a little bit, it becomes a problem for Turnitin to detect, right?
Yes. So that's called patch writing, right? So where you just change the sentence structures, jumble up the words a bit, active voice to passive voice. Just with that, you can bring down the plagiarism score to a greater extent. And that is the reason why I personally am not a fan of plagiarism detectors and definitely not a fan of AI content detectors. But having said that, what is the alternative? How do we gatekeep academic rigor if not for these tools? So this is a time when we have to rethink this whole idea of publications. Maybe we need an overhaul. All we are doing right now is just adding bandages to the injury because none of us have the time, or the publishers are not willing to look at this from a different angle because it involves a lot of money. See, imagine we are doing away with publications. We are coming up with an alternative that is not affected by plagiarism, that is not affected by AI tools. That is the ideal solution we are looking for. But how do we make that happen? So many different components have to come together to make this happen. Until that happens, we'll have to deal with Turnitin. We don't have a choice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One more comment. So, like plagiarism is that is from Dr. Santosh Kumar. Like plagiarism is 20% is accepted. How much AI content is acceptable in manuscripts? He's asking.
Most journals don't accept 20% plagiarism. Somewhere around 10 to 15%, 15% in itself is a stretch. 10% is where it circles for most of the journals when it comes to plagiarism. But when it comes to AI content, journals, conferences, they go up to 20%. And also it's more context based. It's not just a number. Depends on where and how this AI content and how the plag content is actually placed. But if you want numbers, then 10% for plag scores, somewhere between 15 to 18% for AI scores is a good target to have. Okay, someone had questions at the back. No. No, it cannot, because that's not possible also, right? You might get the same answers from multiple AI. So pointing out which AI might not be possible. That's the problem.
Any specific tool for English proofreading?
Paperpal is a good start. Grammarly is good. Quillbot is good.
Nowadays, the journals are asking for a certificate to submit along with the.
That has always been a problem, and it is still a problem, because to get a certificate you will have to do the editing with the language editing company like Editage or Enago, and they're going to charge you like hell to give you the certificate or do the basic proofreading. But right now that's the only choice you have, because smaller companies, I can finish the editing, but I cannot issue a certificate that is accepted by most journals. They would want you to have a certificate from AJE or Editage or from Enago. So the best way is to make sure that your initial draft does not have too many language errors that you're being asked to give a language certificate. If it's just a simple case of editing, you might be able to rectify it later. And to do that, you can try with Paperpal, you can try Quillbot, you can try Grammarly. Just do not make global changes, huge changes, no paraphrasing, just proofreading. So there are different options on these tools. Just stick to proofreading, language corrections. It works most of the times. Paperpal, you have to go for the paid version. If not, you will be limited to very lesser number of words for the proofreading process. Yeah, it will give you the, yeah, it will not make the changes. So it will give you suggestions. You can verify the suggestions and then add it. So yeah, it's similar to Grammarly, similar to Quillbot. So proofreading, I think all these three tools, depending on what you have access to, they do a good job, a comparable job actually.
Any AI tools for journal selection, shortlisting?
There are tools like Trinka AI, and then you also have journal selection tools from almost all the publishers, right? So you can simply use Manuscript Matcher. That in itself is a good start. So every publisher, almost all publishers, they have their own journal finding tools. And then you have common tools like Jane, Edance. Edance is no longer active now. Right now it is under reconstruction, or I'm not sure if it is being removed. Manuscript Matcher is from WOS, Web of Science. So that's a good place where you can get journal suggestions. But journal selection is not just a matter of getting the suggestions, right? So the first place where you should be looking for journals is from your own reference list. You finish your manuscript, you look into your own literature. If you find that you have, say, 4 to 5 papers from one particular journal, then that is a good enough journal for you to submit your own paper. So once you find a journal from your own reference list or using one of these journal finders, then there is an entire list of processes that you have to do. You have to verify if the journal is authentic. You have to see if it is indexed. You should very closely read the aims and scope of the journal. You should read the recent issues, because aims and scope of most journals, they are outdated. They are not updated in several years. They don't tell you what research area they are interested in at the moment, which means you have to do your own homework on the recent issues. You have to look for APC. And if there is a possibility where you can look at the timeline of publication, like Elsevier journals, they give you the entire timeline. They tell you that we take 3 weeks for first decision. We take 3 months for the, not 3 months, okay, say 8 months for acceptance. Then another 3 months for the actual publication. This is just a tentative timeline. It's not always accurate. So all of this comes into account. So do you have the finances if the journal has an APC? Does your manuscript really fit into the journal in terms of aims and scope and in terms of the current interest of the journal? The current interests are going to keep changing and nobody is going to update the aims and scope, which means you will have to do your own homework with the recent issues. And when that happens, are the metrics good? Is the journal good enough? Does it have a history? When it has all of this, will the journal publish your paper at least in 1 year? Or is it going to hold your paper for 2 to 3 years before publication? Then it doesn't make sense to you. So journal selection is a layered process. It's not just a case of throwing in your abstract into a journal finder and just finding one journal from the list. That's not how it can happen. But if you are looking for specific AI tools, Trinka has a good journal suggester, but these are much better tools actually.
One last question. Specific fact and citations are being checked using AI recently from the journals, I think so. Is it really possible, or is the citation is relevant to the sentence, or that, or any other citations are made?
You can easily check that now. using AI tools.
What
So,
are the tools which can be used in?
to find citations, Paperpal can be used to find citations for each of these sentences you're talking about. And to quickly find, you can just use any summarizer to see if the content of the paper actually matches with the sentence that you have written. But I don't know what tools journals have to do this comprehensively and kind of at a faster pace. I'm not sure about those tools though.
No. Thank you.
So you have to pass on the mic. Yeah.
Students sent articles for plagiarism checking, ma'am, for Turnitin. Yesterday, one student had sent, and AI plagiarism was like 61 percentage, and similarity index was 25. So he just asking like what to be done for AI. So for this thing, for similarity index, we have this highlight in the Turnitin. But for AI, what to be done, he asked. So
Yeah.
what will be the solution for that?
Right now, the most important thing is for you to have access to Turnitin to check the paper multiple times, because this AI content is problematic. And once you introduce it, it is very difficult to track where it came from, which part of it is in AI. So you will have to really do a diligent job of rewriting your manuscript multiple times, checking it with Turnitin until you get the desired score. That's the only choice you have now. This is why we keep emphasizing never let AI content creep into your paper. Once you do that, it's like the time you save by using AI content is nowhere a match to the time that you will actually waste trying to remove the AI content once it gets introduced. So I think this is a teaching moment, and you should maybe teach your students to be very careful the next time when they, it's okay to use AI, it's okay to start with AI, get help from AI, but not verbatim use the content from AI. So
So
it's
if we
more of a
use this
process problem.
Quillbot and all, so for rephrasing or so that is also not allowed.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Because when you use AI rephrasing options or paraphrases, they introduce their own problems.
No, ma'am, but when we use that English content is not that much okay, right? But they just find you, the
Yeah,
sentence
but-
becomes proper if we use those tools.
Yes, but proper comes with a problem because they introduce AI content again. So when you use a paraphraser, that is also AI content, because all of Quillbot, Grammarly, Paperpal, Trinka, all of them, the paraphrasers are AI supercharged, which means they rewrite in a very specific fashion, and this fashion is what gets caught by AI content detectors. You might reduce the content to a certain extent, but you might introduce additional red flags. It's a very risky game. You do not know what you are actually doing there until you go back to Turnitin and check the content.
Ma'am, you said you will write per day some 2 to 3 articles and like, no, you do the service, right? So how many days does it take when we use these AI tools to make a manuscript?
No, I meant I write LinkedIn posts, not
Okay.
actual articles.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
So
how
those are
many-
written by me, not by AI. Sometimes I take help from AI to find information, but I write. So these are like small LinkedIn posts. With these AI tools, say if you're talking about a case study, you can easily complete writing that 1,500 word paper in 3 to 4 days. If you're talking about an original article, easily within 10 days. If you have your data, if you have your analysis, your display items are all, at least you know what you want out of the display items. I think right now with so many tools at your disposal, it will hardly take you 10 days to write an original article.
Hi, ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful session. I have a doubt with the open access journal publications. When you said reading in an open access journal is a free of cost, anyone can read the article from anywhere. But as an author, when I wanted to get multiple citations, even I have to publish in an open access journal. As an author, what is the restrictions is given in the internationals Q1, Q2 journals publications? Memberships, is this mandatory? Any journal is having a membership access for the authors, or it is also free of cost?
No, most memberships are for readers, not exactly for authors. And when you are members, you get a slight discount on the APC, probably. So when you're talking about publishing in open access journals, two major problems. First is the money. Most open access journals, all these conglomerate big journals, they charge too much money for you to publish open access. The second problem is authenticity of the journal. How rigorous is the peer review process on the journal? And one thing you have to completely avoid is these umbrella journals, huge journals where they publish everything from A to Z. They talk about dentistry, they also talk about the environment. When a journal is too multi-pronged, it's problematic. And open access journals that come from commercial publishers like MDPI have a problem, but open access journals that come from societies that are non-profits, that have a really rigorous peer review system, they are some of the best places where you can actually publish, because they come with prestige, they come with good enough peer review, they also give you the open access possibility at a minimal cost. So open access is problematic at several levels at the moment. Several institutions have actually banned publishing in any of the MDPI journals. MDPI has like thousands of journals, and because a few journals had issues with Clarivate 1 or 2 years ago, MDPI as a blanket has been banned at several institutions. So you will have to dig deeper when you pick a journal. So the safest way is where you can pick journals that have had a history, that come from good editors. You should look at the editors who are associated with the journal. How long has the journal been published? Are there any such scandals associated with the journal? Today, journal selection is a huge road. It's a long road with so many potholes, and you have to avoid all the potholes to reach your destination. I don't envy people who have to do this day in and day out. Yeah.
Ma'am, is there any AI tool to know how to give a proper prompt to get the information?
There are not AI tools, but there are certain resources. At least for teaching, there is a resource called AI4Education.io, which has a lot of prompts. And there is also this practice where people use multiple AI tools. So they start with a very simple prompt, and then they make the AI tool develop on the prompt. They check the prompt with multiple AI tools, and that's how they validate their prompts. Though there are a lot of prompt templates available online, one thing to remember is there is nothing called a perfect prompt. Prompting is always a process of iteration. Just imagine interacting with a research assistant, for instance, a young research assistant. They are very curious, they are energetic, they want to impress you, but they don't understand the big picture. They don't always have all the tools to get the job done. So what would you do in that case? You will not just give them one instruction and then expect that they get the job done perfectly. Instead, you give them instruction, they come back with one version of the job, you correct it, you pick what is good, then you tell them what is not good, send them back, get them to do the work again. So this process of iteration is how you can always work with AI tools. A perfect prompt is a myth. Perfect prompts simply do not exist. But you can start with good resources like AI4Education.io. But these are usually teaching prompts, but good enough examples to... Okay, I'm just trying to use something. You can model your prompts for research based on these teaching prompts as well. So this is a great resource to know everything around AI in education. The limitation is this is a support system, a resource built in the US context, in the K-12 education context. This is not for higher ed in the US, but this is a good starting point for prompting, because when you scroll down, there is something called Prompt Library for Educators. This has so many different prompt structures. You can pick one and then adapt it to whatever you're looking for. Say if I want to have a prompt for lesson planning, so for every use case, you'll see there is an example prompt, there's a template, and then there's an example. So these usually follow the RTF structure. You can pick these and then you can adapt to your requirements. And one other way is write a very basic prompt, throw it into multiple AI tools, ask the AI tools to give you suggestions to improve the prompts. Even after that, give a prompt, go back and forth, and then finish the process.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. One more doubt, ma'am. Recently, one of my friend, he submitted a manuscript to Elsevier Journal and he got a revision of his manuscript. And so he created an image using AI tool and submitted the manuscript. And one of the reviewer of the who reviewed the manuscript, he gave a comment that you are supposed to give a declaration of AI tool in which you have created the image. So whether nowadays whether journal is accepting the image which we are creating, and I am not talking about biorender. I'm telling about this chatbot like AI, that is a chat GPT. He created a image using chat GPT and submitted the manuscript and he got the revision. And in revision, they asked to include the information about the AI tool in which he created the image. So whether this is applicable for almost all journal in which we can create an image using this AI chatbot and we can include it, whether it is applicable or whether they are accepting it now in the journal.
Some journals are slowly opening up about using these AI generated images. Right now, it's not accepted across different publishers. You will not see this in your author guidelines. And always with any of the AI tools, it's a good practice to include a declaration upfront. So when you submit your first draft, include the picture. If you have no other way to create the image, or if it's time consuming, or it's better to avoid AI generated images. But in cases where you cannot do it, or this is the only way possible, I would say add a declaration just below the image and also add a declaration at the end where you have the AI declaration, so that it's clearly visible that you're being transparent about the use of AI. And then you will have to leave it to the editorial decision. The editors are the ones who make the final call on this at the moment. There is no uniform policy across publishers. At least as of now, there's no uniform policy.
Thank you, ma'am.
No. Maybe that's one other reason why editors are very skeptical, right? So at least with language, words, they have a way to control. With images, you absolutely have no way to control the narrative at all. So that's why there's a strict blanket ban that no AI. Not even for graphical abstracts, right? Most journals don't even allow that.
Identifying features in a particular image by feeding a particular image, say a medical scenario, and I ask the AI to give the features.
Okay. Like as an extract data?
Yeah, extract data from the image.
Okay. I found a really nice tool that can do this.
Any clinical pictures and I from a few patients I take a few clinical pictures which are like and classifying them.
Okay.
Are there any AI tools for that?
For medical imaging, there are several AI tools. I don't remember any of them on top of my head. But for for studying your X-rays, for studying your cell data or your molecular data, there are so many tools that can do it. But from proper graphs and so on, there was a tool that did a really good job. I don't remember the name of it right now. Maybe if I'll find it by afternoon, I'll let you know. Yeah, this one, plot digitizer. This is pure plots to data. Medical images, I'm really not sure. I don't really have the names at the moment. But this one, you'll have a trial video somewhere. You can look into it. This is where you can upload any kind of data intensive like plots, graphs, all of those. And then from that, but it's not a simple case of just uploading and getting data. You will have to map some baseline data for the tool to start working with. But once you do the base mapping, the tool will be able to extract data from your image, even if it's a very complex graph.
One doubt. Yeah, you were talking about lit maps now. So lit maps is basically working like Google Scholar, right?
Yeah.
So it basically collects all the articles for your review. So how can we cross verify whether it did not miss out any good articles, or how can we very sure that we have covered all the articles?
That is where Google Scholar still becomes very relevant. So lit maps, one thing you can do is you can have two tools, because these tools, all of them work in association with Google Scholar. So that's the primary database from which papers are collected. But the algorithms are slightly different. So if you are keen on not missing out any papers, and if you are keen on using these directional AI tools for finding literature, I would just increase the number of tools. I'll use lit maps, but I'll also use Research Rabbit and say Insightful for making sure that I don't miss out on any papers.
Even lit maps works by keywords only.
No, litmaps works based
Prompts.
on three different ways. One is based on citations and references, what we call citation mining. The second is through author networks, where it tries to find all papers from a set
Relevant.
of authors.
Okay.
And the third is via semantics, where two papers, they don't have any reference or citation connections, but still they are thematically related to each other depending on what they talk about.
Okay, okay.
So we'll see those three algorithms in the afternoon.
Okay, one more thing. Like, so every journal asks for a particular format, right? That's where the pain starts. So, why I'm asking, why can't we have a simple draft of our article, send it to a journal? They don't like it, it's not to their goals. They can just send it back to us. We can put it to another. Why do they have drafting and formatting for every journal and they just like that reject it? Why do you have the system so? Why can't they just take it, see to that it is acceptable or no to their standards, and then put it back to us? Why can't they have so? Why do you have to keep formatting every
publishers
time?
do that. It is
Yeah.
called your paper, your way, or
Okay.
free format submissions.
Okay.
Not all publishers offer this, but when you pick a journal, when you're on the author guidelines, do a control F search for free format submission. If the journal allows a free format submission, it means your paper can be in any format for the initial submission.
Okay.
Your references and citations can be in any format, but it has to be a unified format. If you use Vancouver throughout. If it's Harvard, use Harvard throughout. And then they review the paper, and only at the final stage they ask you to format.
That'll be-
But this option does not exist for all journals.
Every journal. Okay, thank you, thank you.
Sorry.
One more comment
Yeah.
from Santosh Kumar. Kindly give AI tools for good prompt generation.
Okay. So I have never done much of prompt engineering, but I have seen people use a combination of tools. So throw in a simple prompt into Claude, into ChatGPT, into DeepSeek, ask the tools to work for you, make multiple prompts, and then you pick and choose what exactly conveys your requirements. And one thing with prompt engineering is you have to be specific. You should give actionable instructions. One example I really like about this is, say for instance, there is this small kid. You ask the kid to draw. You give them all the materials and then you say, go draw a perfect picture. Now that is a very bad prompt, because what does perfect mean? Perfect is not a objective instruction. Perfect could be, maybe you want the kid to draw perfect shapes. You want the kid to pick the right colors. You want the kid to draw within lines or color within lines. All of this could mean perfect. A better prompt or a better instruction is draw within the lines. Do not color outside the lines. This is a more actionable instruction. That's how you have to look at all the instructions that you give. You cannot tell ChatGPT or any of the AI tools for that matter, pick good journals, give me information only from good journals. What are good journals according to you? That's not an objective instruction. Instead, you can say, pick information only from journals that are indexed in Scopus. Pick only from journals that are indexed or rated within Q1 and Q2 categories, and pick journals that were only, or papers only, that were published in the last 2 years or so. Now this becomes objective. This is also a information that tells about how good the journal is. But good journal, no usable information. When I split it down and give clear instructions, it becomes usable. So for this, you don't exactly need an AI tool. You just have to put yourself in the shoes of someone who has to deal with a very young person, untrained person. Talk to an AI like you would talk to an untrained person, and you will be good with prompt engineering. You don't need something else, actually.
I have one more question, my
Yes.
own question. So I have published a paper in 2019. So what I did, I just uploaded turn it in for AI detection. So when I publish, there are no AI tools. But when I use Turnitin AI detection, it is showing 70% of AI detection. I'm asking whether it is really working or it is.
It is not working. That's what I said. So AI content detectors. So there is this, I don't know how true it is. There's this urban myth that an AI content detector found AI content in the US Constitution. So no surprise that it finds AI content in your manuscript. So content detectors are problematic, are highly problematic. But what is the alternative? Until we come up with an alternative, we have to deal with this nonsense. You will have to put your manuscripts through Turnitin AI checks, and when Turnitin says you have high AI content, you have to go back and write. You like it, you don't like it, none of us like it, it is not fair, but that's how things are at the moment, simply because there is no other alternative. Yeah. Yeah, so let's have a group photo before we disperse.
Now I invite the head of the department and the faculties from the microbiology department, Geeta ma'am, others to join for felicitation. Please join. Yeah, thank you. Please join us for a group photo. Yeah.
I just take a selfie because that's my signature picture I normally have always.
சார் எல்இடி ஆஃப் பண்ணுங்களா?
You should all come and fit into the frame. Go a bit front so that you all fit.
Yeah, we have already exhausted, so we refuel ourselves for a lunch, short break. 30 minutes? Okay. Okay. Return by 1:30.
சாப்பிட்றதே கிடையாது.